Hello, welcome aboard everybody. Let me turn the music down just a little bit here. All right, we are currently getting our catering loaded up into the plane. We just got our fuel loaded up. And we will get our passengers boarding here in just a second once the catering is finished up. We don't want them getting in the way. Although they really shouldn't, because they're boarding here in the middle of the plane, or beginning part of the plane. Front half, yeah, that's the words I was looking for. All right, rear catering looks to be done. And actually, so is the front. All right. Let's go ahead and jump here into the cockpit and start getting everything set up. All right, so we will start by getting our adheres aligned. The plane's already in a somewhat set up state. We already have our battery power as well as connected to ground power here. Our nav lights are already turned on. Since we are done with the fueling, we can turn on our seatbelt sign, our no smoking signs on, and our no mobile to auto. Emergency lights are already in the arm position, and the rest of our lights are good as they are for the moment. All right, everything here looks good, so let's go down to the McDo here, or FMC, whichever you might want to call this. We'll get this all cleared out. Ooh, that was loud. Let's turn that music down just a little bit more. There we go. Tell you what, let's pause that for now while we get everything set up. And that was some thunder in the background there. We do have some storms in the area. That should make for an interesting departure. Oh, there's our catering service. Let's see how much that cost us. Let's see. Catering was $2,868. Our fuel, which was finished while we were on the timer screen, was $26,520. So, got two. I'm going to total all this up at the end and see how much this flight is costing just in the services, of course. This doesn't include employees' wages. All right. Let's go ahead and close that out. Let's go ahead and get the passengers boarding. Excellent. All right, let's jump over to our EFB here and let's import our assembly flight plan. We are Singapore Airlines Flight 510. We are flying from Singapore to Bengaluru, India. And that's the ICAO code for that airport. All right, there's our boarding started. Oh yeah. I did not see if GSX was registering there on the audio, so I'll have to... I don't think it is. All right, let's see if I can add that in. Yep, it's definitely not capturing that. Okay. Let's see if we can figure out what GSX is under here. Okay. I do not see anything that might be GSX. Oh well. Unfortunately, you guys will not be able to hear GSX until I can figure that one out. Actually, let's try a quick search while the boarding's going on and see if I can figure it out now. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Well, the only thing I'm not sure of is this. So I'll have to wait until... Okay. Alright, so let's go our ground page real quick here. So everything is looking good. Load sheet. Do our sim brief import. Sorry, I need to grab some chapstick here real quick. Okay. Alright, so we are slowly getting our passengers. We should have 274 as our final loading. Let me go ahead and get some charts pulled up here. Alright, airport. Let's go ahead and grab that first.
Welcome aboard Singapore Airlines, ladies and gentlemen. Please note that all hand luggage that cannot be securely stored in the big compartment will need to be checked in now. You're also reminded to take care of your personal belongings and valuables at all times. Thank you.
Okay, pin our airport chart. Let me go ahead and pull up the ATIS information and we'll get that. Grab my little dry erase board here. This is what I like to write all my little information down on. Come on, switch over. Give me the ATIS. Are you gonna give me... Oh. Wonderful. I'm gonna have to restart Beyond ATC because it's not working properly. Okay, get that turned on.
Beyond ATC connected.
That's loading up here too, but let me go ahead and jump back over to here. Let's get our company flight plan requested. Insert that. Oh, great. Okay. Glad I saw that before we got too far into this. Let me go back over here. Options. And update nav data. There we go. Set. Okay, let's go back over here. Let's try this again. Ignore that. That's going to pop up every once in a while as I jump through the cameras. Let's go back to our init. Okay, let's do our yeah, insert. What do you mean checked? I just updated it. Oh, I think I know what it is. Hold on. Let's go back over here. Hold on. Let's just double check. Yep, we're good. Okay. Oh, actually, this. Let's import this again. Don't know if that's what's causing it, but we'll give that a go. Okay, company wins. Insert that. Okay, let's see if this wants to. There we go.
Temperature 29 degrees, 0.26 degrees, QNH 1015, landing runway 02 left, 02 center, departing runway 02 center, transition level 130, advise on initial contact you have information Papa.
Alright, information Papa.
Kindly airport information Papa 0225 Zulu, surface wind 350 degrees, 5 knots, visibility 9 kilometers, few clouds 1,800 feet, few clouds 2,000 feet, broken 16,000 feet, temperature 29 degrees, 0.26 degrees, QNH 1015, landing runway 02 left, 02 center, departing runway 02 center, transition level 130, advise on initial contact you have information Papa.
Okay.
Kindly airport information Papa 0225 Zulu, surface wind.
Alright, let's switch that over to our clearance channel. Frequency. And we will go ahead and get our clearance here from Singapore delivery. So we had information Papa. I have no clue how to pronounce the name of the airport we are going to.
Singapore delivery, Scooter 288 Heavy, Boeing 787-8, with information Papa, ramp 402, request IFR clearance to Bali. Scooter 288 Heavy, Singapore delivery, cleared to Bali Airport via the Inibuilds Alpha departure.
Kimpagauda. I'm going to go with that, and I do apologize for my pronunciation. I'm sure it is horribly wrong. Kimpagauda International Airport.
Contact ground 121.725 when ready for push or start.
And keep that right there. Oh, dang it, my erasers fell. That's alright, I can use this one. Okay. Singapore delivery, Singapore 510 Heavy with information Papa, Airbus A359. Request IFR clearance to Kimpagalda International Airport.
Singapore 510 Heavy, Singapore delivery. Clear to Kimpagalda, runway 02 center. After departure radar vectors VOBL, climb to 6,000 feet, squawk 6163.
Clear to Kimpagalda as filed, runway 02 center, after departure radar vectors VOBL, climb 6,000 feet, squawk 6163, Singapore 510 Heavy.
Singapore 510 Heavy, read back correct. Contact ground 121.725 when ready for pushback or engine start.
Ground on 121.725 when ready for push or start, Singapore 510 Heavy. Okay, so we have 02 center, and we're going to be radar vectored to VOBL, and we are cleared to 6,000 feet. So actually, let me hold on to that just a second. All right, 02 center is our runway. All right, here. And we're not going to have anything on this because it's going to be radar vectors, so... Yep, radar vectors to VOBL, perfect. Let me pull up my sim brief over here on the other screen. Okay, so our arrival set for 27 right. Which, let me just check something before I do that. There it is. Let's go ahead and update this. Okay. So arriving 27 left, departing 27 right. So, alright, we're going to choose 27 left. ILS. Okay, let's see, we have Sim brief gave us the Leka 7 Foxtrot. That one there. Lek. What's the only thing I see there? Or Salix? Nope. Okay. So Novia. So we'll insert that in. Alright, let me turn the ATC down for now. While we finish setting up, we don't need that to be so loud. Okay, let's scroll down and see. Oh, we got a little discontinuity here, and nothing that says manual, so we can delete that. And insert. Yep, that looks good. Excellent. Okay. So the only discontinuity we have is our radar vectors for manual after takeoff. Alright, let's go here. Let's see here. What was that? 6163 was our squawk code. Sure, put that in standby. We will leave the radar off for the moment. And we can keep that screen up. Alright, let's go back to the init page. Let's see, fuel and payload. We have 274 passengers. That we know. We should be able to get our zero fuel weight here. Let's just jump over here. Zero fuel weight is 378.5. 378. Come on. 0.5. And enter that. That we will have to wait for. And our block fuel is 61.6. Enter that. So we're just waiting on our zero fuel weight CG. Oh my god. I really wish they would give us a way to disable that stupid thing. That is so annoying. Oh yeah. Let's go outside and check out these storms. Oh yeah. Ooh. Yep. That's some nasty weather. Yep. GSX still hadn't fixed the clipping issue there. You can see the passengers through the jetway. Oh, nice lightning strike there. Alright, I'm gonna turn the camera off for just a minute. Take a little safety break here. So Beyond ATC is what I'm using for my ATC right now, but I do not have the experimental build, so we do not have live traffic. Here, let me turn the sim down a little more there. Go. I think we're down to about 60-ish passengers left aboard, I believe. Let's see what GSX says here. 54 to go. Tell you what, something I did not do yet. Let's go ahead and request water. That won't take long at all. Okay, that's all we need from that. Let's see, where's our water truck gonna come from? Oh, there's our water truck.
Welcome to Singapore Airlines, ladies and gentlemen. Please note that all hand luggage that cannot be securely stored in the big compartment will need to be checked in now. You're also reminded to take care of your personal belongings and valuables at all times. Thank you.
Qatar 943 heavy, gate Delta 34, request pushback. Qatar 943 heavy, Singapore ground, pushback. Face north. Pushback and engine start approved, face north, Qatar 943 heavy.
All right, let's jump back up in here. We'll go ahead and get the APU starting up. and get some aircon going for the passengers. Yeah, it's a little bit warm. I probably should have had that running already. Let's jump over here. Not quite done yet. We're getting there. Let's go ahead. Let's see. 6,000 feet is what we were given clearance to, so we'll go ahead and get that bugged up. We'll do constraints, airport. We'll turn the weather radar on in a minute. Switch that over to ARC, and we'll keep mine at 10 miles. Put his at... No, I said 160. Thank you. Constraints, airport, and we'll put his on terrain once we get pushed back and all the ground crew is clear. QNH was 1015. Boom, there we go. Set, and set. Let's see here. Let's jump back down to the EFB. Or the, sorry, not the EFB, the McDo here, and we'll start going through our checklist. Yep, we got our fuel, and we just set our baro reference, so that checklist is complete. Before start, parking brake is set. We don't have our takeoff speeds or our slides or beacons yet, but we do already have our nose wheel disconnect memo right there, second one. Oh, I missed the name change, but oh, wait a minute, Quebec. So we are now Information Quebec instead of Papa. All right, boarding is complete.
All doors closed. Ladies and gentlemen, all portable electronic devices must now be put in flight safe mode and then turned off. They must be safely stowed for departure. Please be reminded that smoking and use of electronic cigarettes are not allowed in
30.01. As they have, yep, that is all correct.
For your safety, please give your attention to the safety video which will now be shown.
Para penumpang sekalian, atas nama Singapore Airlines, kami mengucapkan selamat datang di atas pesawat ini. Semua perangkat elektronik
30.02.
sekarang harus diatur ke model penerbangan dan kemudian dimatikan. Anda semua harus menyimpannya selama keberangkatan. Harap diingat bahwa Anda dilarang merokok di dalam pesawat kapanpun itu. Selamat menikmati penerbangan Anda.
Hope everybody caught that. Sorry to say I did not understand a single word. Oh well, I understood the English part that came before, but... Okay, let's go back. We need to get our takeoff speeds, so I probably should have done that while I was already over here and saved me a trip back, but sorry, I am not that forward thinking. Especially after just having a safety brake. Which here I can turn, whoop, there we go. Come back up here into the cockpit with you. Alright, so we have our runway set, 02 center, which we have more than plenty of runway length. Let's sync our weight, and that is correct, 440.1. We're going to change this to wet. We do not need anti-ice. We will stick with flex. Aircon is going to stay on, and we'll leave it optimum for the configuration. It won't let me change that. Let's see, is 2994 the correct for? No, 2995 is the correct. So back to space and change that to a 5. Let's see, was that the correct? Let's see. Well, they gave us 27 degrees, so I'm going to go with that. And I think our, yeah, we get 28 according to the computer, so or the plane. So let's go with 28.
Wagon Air 503, ready to taxi to the active. Wagon Air 503, taxi to holding point Tango 12, runway 02 center via uniform Tango. Taxi to holding point Tango 12, runway 02 center via uniform Tango, Wagon Air 503.
Singapore 510 heavy, wind check.
Winging 040 degrees 5 knots.
Okay, so that is correct on the wind. So it must have changed since, or I misheard the ATIS information, which is very possible. So it's 040 at 5 knots, which not that bad at all. Okay, let's compute. All right, we're looking at flaps 2, V1 at 137, a rotate at 149, and then a V2 of 154, flex of 67 degrees. All right, we'll send that over to the FMS. Let's jump back over. We'll confirm the speeds. There we go, they are set. So now we have our takeoff speed set. And we are done with our init. Let's go ahead and bring our flight plan back up. We will leave that checklist. And let's get the aircraft buttoned up and ready for pushback here. So let's go to our ground tab. Let's close all. We need to go up here and disconnect. Let's get our APU bleed turned on. Wait for our packs to kick on. There we go. Let's disconnect the ground power. Let's go ahead and get our fuel pumps turned on. Okay. And let's go ahead and turn the beacon light on because we are ready to push back and get started. Let's see here. And there we go. Let's arm all the doors. We are at Gate Charlie 1. Singapore ground, Singapore 510 heavy, information Quebec at Charlie 1, ready for push and start.
Scooter 180 heavy at 8 Delta 37, request pushback and engine start. Turkish 209 heavy, contact Singapore Tower 118.25.
Contact Tower 118.25, Turkish 209 heavy, bye-bye.
Scooter 180 heavy, Singapore ground, pushback and engine start approved. Face northeast. Pushback approved. Face northeast, Scooter 180 heavy. Singapore 510 heavy, Singapore ground, pushback and engine start approved. Face south.
Okay. Pushback and engine start approved, face southwest, Singapore 510 heavy. All right. That's what I said. This thing's having a real problem. Push and start approved, face southwest, Singapore 510 heavy. Okay, I understood that time. Let's do it on the map here. We want to face southwest, which is going to be this direction here. So let's go push, and we need to find that button there and rotate that way. And I just do a little clicky there and we, oh, it didn't clicky there. There we go. All right, save route. Parking brake released. Okay, engine's clear. Start at will. Let's see. That is our slides, which are now armed. All right, checklist complete. We are good to start. So we'll go ignition to start. I'll give that just a second. And we'll go start one. And we'll jump over here and turn the sounds up and listen to the engines. That's some wicked weather over there.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give your attention to the safety video which will now be shown. Thank you. 皆様、ただいま機内の乗用設備をご案内いたします。前方のスクリーンをご覧ください。Welcome aboard Singapore Airlines. As the safety equipment of this aircraft may differ
All right.
from other aircraft.
Oh, got a good start on engine one.
To bring you through this important safety briefing.
Let's start engine two. And let's jump over for that engine here. Let's go ahead and tell GSX to get off the plane.
During takeoff and landing, ensure that your tray table is stowed away. Put the back of your seat upright. Ignition on. Before we take off, stow your luggage under the seat in front of you or in the overhead compartments. Make sure that your seat belt is securely fastened during taxi, takeoff, and landing. Fasten. Bring the two ends of the seat belt together.
Right, and that is a good start on engine two. Let me turn the sim sounds down again.
To unfasten, lift the metal flap. We recommend keeping your seat belt fastened.
Okay.
Right. Whenever the seat belt
All right, there's our guy with the ground pin, and we are good there. All right, let's get our chrono started on that side for our block time.
an oxygen mask will automatically drop.
Let's go ahead and get the map over here
Pull the
too.
mask down sharply. Place it over your mouth and nose. Pull the lateral straps to tighten it and breathe as usual. Secure the
All right, let's
straps.
bring up our airport chart that we pinned.
It is normal for the
We don't have a departure chart. It's just radar vectors.
emergency
So
exit.
let's get our airport chart pulled up,
Few moments now to locate your nearest exit, which may be
and we can go ahead and turn the APU bleed off.
to the closest exit.
And we'll give that a minute while we look at our chart here, and we are going to runway 2 center, which would be this one here.
Brace.
Yes.
Assume the brace position.
Um,
If you can reach the seat in front of you, lower your head and place it on the
imagine we're gonna have Victor
Place your hands on top of your head.
possibly crossing over to
Flat
Whiskey
on the floor and heels towards your seat.
until we get here to Romeo or Sierra.
Lean forward as far as you can.
Probably gonna be Sierra.
Above your head.
And then we'd come down here to either Tango or Uniform and come down to line up on the runway. So those should be one of our options there.
Before using an
We'll see what they end up giving us.
any high heel
Let me just make sure.
everything behind. To put on your life vest, remove it from the plastic cover and slip it over your head.
We don't have any of those.
The red tabs of blowing through the mouth. Life test, have a whistle.
Nah,
Light to attract attention.
don't need to worry about that. Okay,
Special
let's
life
just
vests
keep our
are
airport chart up.
available for children. Inflate your life vest only at the exit door.
Okay.
Zero.
All right, let's go to our checklist. All right, anti-ice is not needed. Come on, cursor.
Life vests are
All right, let's check our flight controls. Nose up. Nose down.
all large electronic devices such as laptops.
And back to neutral.
Taxi, takeoff, and
Roll
landing.
left. Roll right. And neutral.
During these times,
Rudder
holding
left.
your electronic devices
Rudder
is
right.
also not allowed.
And everything has returned to neutral. Flight controls are checked and good.
Held in your hand or placed in the seat pocket in front of you. If your device
And we're gonna get our ground clearance right now.
from adjusting the seat,
Or,
ask
well,
cabin crew for assistance.
actually go ahead and check that off because we still have to do the before taxi checklist too. Here we go. Flaps we need to 2.
Smoking, including
That is coming now.
e-cigarettes,
Let's see.
the aircraft.
Let's go back to that. We can go ahead and turn that on.
Thank you for your attention. Refer to the
Oops.
safety card located
I don't know why I did that.
in front of you for more information. On behalf of Singapore Airlines, we hope you have a great time on board as well as in Singapore or anywhere
Go.
else in the world visiting.
Flaps are set now, and takeoff config is done. There we go. Now we're ready. I'll go ahead and put our lineup checklist there. Let's go to TA on our transponder. All right, let's get our taxi clearance. Singapore grounds, Singapore 510 heavy, ready to taxi to runway 02 center. Get the keyboard out of my way here. Taxi to holding point Tango 12, runway 02 center via Victor, Victor, Sierra, Tango, Singapore 510 heavy. Okay. Go. All right. Let me turn my head tracking on just a minute. We can go ahead and turn the APU off now. Surprised that didn't ding the a warning when we did the takeoff config test. There we go. That is off. Taxi light on. And let's put that back to normal. Everything else is good to go. Alright, parking brake off. Let's give a little bit of thrust here and get moving. Okay, so we are gonna stay right here on Victor all the way down till we get to Sierra. So we need to try to hold it right around 15 knots on our ground speed here, since we are beside the apron. let's get us straightened out here. That's the second time that person has come in here and put that AI garbage thing into the chat, so they're gonna have the boot. I was polite and explained that yes, I do use Beyond ATC, which is an AI ATC add-on, but otherwise there is nothing AI about this stream. I'm a real person. This thing just does not want to stay down at 15 knots. So we'll just have to keep holding the brake here. Get a little water. And we'll be taking the second left hand here. Holy bumps. Clear that way, clear right. And we will take this next left. Alright, slow down. Alright, now we can... Now we don't have to worry about the 15 knots. We can go a little bit faster now. Bumpy, bumpy.
Singapore 326 Super, did Alpha 10 request pushback.
Singapore 326 Super, Singapore ground, pushback approved, face south.
Pushback approved, face south, Singapore 326 Super.
Air Japan 842 Heavy, request taxi.
And back down. Okay, I'm gonna go down to the last taxiway and then take a left before the runway here. And let's slow us down a little bit more here. Okay. Oh, sorry, not a left, a right here. Okay, clear left, clear right. Slow us down. There we go.
Red cap 733 at 8 Golf 1 to request pushback and engine start.
Okay. Just about to, ooh, nice. This will definitely be an interesting departure with these storms. Speaking of which, let's go ahead and get the Weather radar turned on here, and the terrain over on this side.
Taxi to holding point Tango 12 runway 02 center via Victor 12 Victor Sierra Tango Singapore.
Okay, and the cabin is already ready for departure here. And once we get up here closer to the runway, we'll go ahead and give them a ding and let them know we're going to take off. Alright. Step away from the camera again for a second. Get another safety break in here before we get to the runway.
Taxi to holding point Tango 12 runway 02 center via Romeo 3 Tango Air India 2381 heavy.
Red Cap 733 request taxi to be active.
Red Cap 733 taxi to holding point Tango 12 runway 02 center via Uniform Tango.
Taxi to holding point Tango 12 runway 02 center via Uniform Tango Red Cap 733.
Okay, we are just about at the holding point for the runway. I'm gonna leave the my ugly mug off the screen here till we get departed out.
Singapore 510 heavy, contact Singapore Tower 118.25.
Tower on 118.25, Singapore 510 heavy. Alright. Slow down and start our turn in. Okay, and okay, that is our runway there. One thing I did not look at, which I need to do before we take off, is the runway heading. Cabin's already ready. We're leaving the packs on, so don't have to worry about that. And we're here at the threshold of the runway, so we're all set there. Let's go ahead and go TARA on that, and then we can put that over to our performance. Remember, our rotate speed is 149 knots. V1 is 137, so we've got a little bit of a gap there. Let's see here. Runway heading is 023 degrees. So let's get that set. Oops. 023. Oh. We got a plane landing there. Oh, that was a heavy landing. Ouch. Singapore Tower, Singapore 510 heavy, holding short runway 02 center, ready for departure.
Red Cap 733 ready for departure runway 02 center.
Red Cap 1793, exit left at Tango 6.
Exit left at Tango 6 Red Cap 1793.
Come on. No.
Red Cap 733, tower number 2 for departure.
Roger, number 2 Red Cap 733.
Singapore 510 heavy, runway 02 center, line up and wait.
Cabin crew to your takeoff station, thanks.
Line up and wait, 02 center, Singapore 510 heavy. Alright, parking brake off.
793, monitor ground 121.725.
Oops, sorry, now parking brake off.
121.725 Red Cap 1793.
Okay, let me get the head tracking back on just a minute here so we can get lined up.
Red Cap 733 ready for departure runway 02 center.
He's impatient.
Singapore 510 heavy, Singapore Tower, wind 040 degrees, 5
runway heading, runway 02 center, cleared for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, fly runway heading 02 center, Singapore 510 heavy. Alright, we'll get lined up here.
Cap 733, number 2 for departure.
Okay.
Runway 02 center. Hold short of runway 02 center.
Okay.
Cap 733.
Let's throttle up and get the engine stabilized at 40%. Or around there, or a little bit more than that, but looks good. Alright. Man flex. Brakes off.
Air India 2381 heavy.
Here we go.
Number 3 for departure.
Understood number 3, Air India 2381 heavy.
Airspeed's alive.
Red Cap 733, runway 02 center, line up and wait. Runway 02 center, line up and wait, Red Cap 733.
100 knots.
Air Japan 842 heavy, ready for departure, runway 02 center.
Air Japan 842 heavy.
V1.
Number 3 for departure.
Roger, number 3.
And rotate.
Singapore 326 Super, ready for departure.
Positive rate, gear up.
Singapore 326 Super, tower, number 4 for departure. Up from number 4, Singapore 326 Super.
Air India 2381 heavy, holding short, runway 02 center.
Air India 2381 heavy, number 2 for departure. Hold short of runway 02 center.
Hold short of runway 02 center.
Okay, thrust to climb.
1 heavy.
Singapore 510 heavy, contact Singapore departure 120.3.
Departure on 120.3, Singapore 510 heavy.
All aircraft be advised information, Romeo now current QNH1014.
Singapore departure, Singapore 510 heavy, climbing through flight level climbing through 2,000 feet for 6,000 feet, heading of 023.
Singapore 510 heavy, Singapore departure identified, climb flight level 190.
Climb flight level 190, Singapore 510 heavy. Okay, let's go up.
510 heavy, turn left, heading 255.
Turn left heading 255, Singapore 510 heavy. Alright, left. Oops, that was way too far. Oh, I'm overspeeding on the flaps. My bad. And flaps up. It's a little late on the flaps there. Alright, we need 225.
Singapore departure, Red Cap 733, good day, passing 2,900 feet, climbing to 9,000 feet.
Oops. Too far. And 19,000 is what we're cleared. Oh, 255, not 225.
Flight level 180, Red Cap 733.
There we go. Oh. There we go.
Singapore 510 heavy, cleared direct Vobos. Resume on navigation.
Cleared direct Vobos, resume on navigation, Singapore 510 heavy. Okay, so we will click Vobos and go direct. Bingo, and now we will follow the flight director.
For departure, Air India 2381 heavy, passing 1,500 feet, climbing to 11,000 feet. Air India 2381 heavy, Singapore departure, good day identified, climb flight level 190. Climb flight level 190, Air India 2381 heavy.
Actually got vectored away from the storms fairly well. It's nice. Ooh, hello. Okay, autopilot did not engage. There we go. Now it's engaged. And why is it going way off course?
Singapore departure, Air Japan 842 Heavy, passing 1,500 feet, climbing to 7,000 feet.
Alright, turn the landing lights off now. Wing lights come off. Put the strobes back to auto. Okay, what's going on with our flight plan here? What do we got? Our standard pressure set. Let's try this again. Phobos. Direct. Insert. There we go. Now let's see if it follows it. Okay, I think we're good now. There's no traffic showing up here. Is there? Not sure. Okay. I don't recall this green-red bar over here before, but maybe that's something new. Or maybe I just never noticed it.
Singapore 326 Super, Singapore departure, good day identified, climb flight level 170.
Climb flight level 170, Singapore 326 Super.
Okay, we can switch that over to the map now. Let's see, let's go take care of this company message.
Air India 2381 Heavy, contact lumber control 126.1.
So it's going to be the different ADISs and then the load sheets. Load sheet, there we go. I should have gotten rid of it. Yep, there we go. We'll keep the seatbelt sign on just a little bit longer here. Let's jump over to the cabin view here for a moment. Jump back up. Hold on a second. Singapore Center on 123.7. Singapore 510 Heavy. Have a good day. Singapore Center, Singapore 510 Heavy, climbing through flight level 166 for flight level 190.
Singapore 510 Heavy, Singapore Center identified. Climb flight level 400.
Climb flight level 400, Singapore 510 Heavy. Alright, we'll get 40,000 feet set here. 39, and boom, 40,000 feet set. Beautiful. Alright. Take one more safety break here, and then I'll jump back up into the cockpit with everybody. So be warned, if you have sensitive eyes, my ugly face will be coming back soon.
Today, Singapore Center.
Alright, turn the ATC down a little bit here.
Descending to 4,000 feet.
Turn the sim down some too.
Singapore 131 Singapore Center identified.
What?
Turkish 209 Heavy, contact Jakarta radar 121.2. Have a
What on earth is that?
121.2 Turkish 209 Heavy. Bye bye.
I have never heard that before. I have no clue what that is, but we're, according to the computer here, we don't have a restriction. So I have no clue what's it's freaking out over. Not sure about that one. I'm already climbing. That's what I wanted. I'm gonna put that on TA only. Could be we have somebody behind us playing some shenanigans, because I do have the online.
Heavy, contact Lamport Control 126.1.
Contact Lumpar Control 126.1, Singapore 510 Heavy. Have a good day. Lumpar Control, Singapore 510 Heavy, climbing through flight level 211 for flight level 400.
Singapore 510 Heavy, Lamport Control identified. Malaysian 2543, contact Lamport Control 132.6.
Alright, let's go ahead and turn the seatbelt sign to auto. Let the passengers get up. We'll turn the sim down some more, and then we'll go outside and get some cinematic views here. Oh, let me turn that down a little more. There we go. So I'll keep my web camera off for right now while we enjoy these views. I'll go ahead and get some music back on. There we go. Our music today is provided by Upbeat. I just searched jazz, and one of the playlists they had was just called Jazzy, and had a guy with the saxophone there in the picture, so I was hoping it would include some nice live instruments like this. So oh yeah, I never did get the last. Let's open up GSX here and get the last of our cost, which should be our passenger handling or ground handling receipt. So that was 5,000. $5,134. Let's see. Are there any others? Oh. Can't remember if there's a way to get to. Maybe it was here. Ah, that's what I want. This one. Okay, ground on catering fuel. Okay, that was it. Just those three. So I got it all. Okay, excellent. All right. Let me grab my calculator here.
Express India 678, contact Singapore Center 123.7, good day.
Center on 123.7 Express India 678.
Okay, so we had $2,868 for catering.
Passing 13,000 feet, climbing to flight level 160.
Singapore 900,
So it might turn, there we go, turn that down, and I'm gonna let my first officer take care of the comms for me for right now. So 2,868 in catering, fuel was 26,520, and then our ground handling was 5,134 for a total cost of 34,522. And of course, again, that doesn't include any maintenance costs that may have come up, or salaries, crew wages, that stuff.
Red Cap 6043, cleared Gupta 1 Juliet, arrival runway 22 right.
And we had, I have no clue how much the cost of a ticket for this flight is, but okay, don't need any of that information anymore. Let's see, let me pull up. Some brief on my phone here. So it's 27 left with the Leica 7 Foxtrot arrival is what we had. So I'm going to write that down. 27 left. And Leica 7 Foxtrot arrival. Okay, we'll see if that holds or if that gets changed. SimBrief actually gave me 27 right, but the ATA said they were landing 27 left, so we shall see what we end up getting when we get to our top of descent.
Air India 2381 Heavy, contact Lumpur, control 132.6.
Center on 132.6 Air India 2381 Heavy, bye-bye.
All right, I am going to go grab a drink real quick. I will be right back.
Passing flight level 160, climbing to flight level 190.
All right, I am back. Let's see, what's our progress here? Banner says we're at 28,500 feet. Yep, that is correct. 28.6 now. Excuse me. Let's go to the cabin here.
Air Japan 842 Heavy, contact Singapore Center 123.7, bye-bye.
Contact Singapore Center 123.7, Air Japan 842 Heavy. Have a good day.
Singapore 510 Heavy, contact Lumpur, control 132.6.
Center on 132.6 Singapore 510 Heavy. Lumpur control, Singapore 510 Heavy, passing flight level 296, climbing to flight level 400.
Singapore 510 Heavy, Lumpur control identified.
Control Singapore 326 Super.
Okay, let me see if I can figure out GSX while we are in our climb here for the audio. So let's go settings, audio. I could set so that GSX is the only thing that uses this. Put this on the chat also.
Lampu control 553127 passing flight level 160 descending to 4,000 feet.
553127, Lampu control identified.
Okay, and then okay, so that should be good with this. Shouldn't need to do anything else there. Okay. Okay, well I see what SteelSeries recognizes the audio from GSX as. Alright, let me see something. I'll launch Discord here real quick and see if it uses the chat or which one it's using.
Malaysian 788, contact Bangkok Center 123.905. Contact Bangkok Center.
Okay, that takes
Malaysian 788, bye-bye.
Discord off of that and puts it over here. Perfect. And one other thing I need to add on.
10 heavy, contact Jakarta radar 121.2.
Contact Jakarta radar 121.2 Singapore 510 heavy. Jakarta radar Singapore 510 heavy, passing flight level 341, climbing to flight level 400.
Singapore 510 heavy, Jakarta radar identified.
Jakarta radar, Prosper Alpha uniform, flight level 339er.
Prosper Alpha uniform, Jakarta radar identified.
Okay, there we go. That should take care of that part. And now properties for GSX.
Wings of value 1249, descend via start to 3,000 feet, QNH 1013.
Descend via start to 3,000 feet, QNH 1013.
Oh, that's right. I need to change it to a different capture. So Okay. We will find out when we get down to the ground if that works or not. Hopefully it does. Perfect. Let's see, how are we progressing here? Oh, we're coming over Malaysia. And we are at 37,300 feet and climbing. Almost to our cruise altitude. And we'll go ahead and turn the no smoking sign to auto, as this is a 420 friendly flight. Speaking of which, all right, let me finally crack open my drink that I went and got. It's a wild berry poppy soda. Little miniature can. It's only how many ounces is this little tiny thing? 7.5 ounces it looks like, yeah. Tiny print, hard to read. Let's see how this tastes.
Indonesia 148, descend via start to 4,000 feet, QNH 1013.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
Indonesia 148.
Let's see. Let's go. Oh, here we go. I hope they do a world update to this. Give Asia a whole overhaul to the photogrammetry. It could definitely use it. Does not look as good as other areas like Africa, Saudi Arabia, Europe, the United States. Well, even North America, Canada looks better than this too. And the one flight I took down to South America looked better than this. They could definitely use some love in this area. Say, I'm enjoying this playlist. I'm glad I picked this one. Oh, alright, appreciate that. F-Cucks Gamer, appreciate that. All right, I'll write that that Discord down there. I try not to run Discord while I'm in Flight Sim. For some reason, it doesn't like each other on my computer. It tends to cause a lot of lagging and screwing things up. Let's
Jakarta radar with cap 733, good day, flight level 360.
Red Cap 733, Jakarta radar, identified.
There we go. We made our cruising altitude. Nice ground speed of 506 knots. Looks like we got just under 3 hours to go. Just realized something I forgot to turn on. All right, that'll load up here in just a second, and we should see a shift in the clouds. There it went. I haven't checked the schedule for the expo, but hopefully we get a release date for the Airbus A329 from Synaptic. I am very impatiently waiting on that plane. I don't have any of the Phoenix A220, 21 or the 19 or any of the PMG 737s. I've got big aircraft and 2 general aviation aircraft that I like to fly. So I'm really waiting on that A220 to fill the role of the small to medium route airplane for me. Although luckily there's flights like this that are, you know, about 4 hours long that are operated quite heavily over in Asia. Quite a few in the Middle East too. If I'd gotten my stream going earlier like I originally planned, but I had some issues that came up myself, had some errands to run, Took up a lot more time than I thought. And I got a later start than I wanted to this morning too. But I was actually, if it had been daylight, I was going to try to fly Finnair from Munich to Helsinki and back as a round trip. It's like a 2-hour and 20-minute flight each way or so. But I might save that for Sunday now instead. It's a little harder for me to get up earlier on Thursdays because I work kind of late that Wednesday evening, so. And I never can go to bed when I get home very quickly. It's usually several hours. Is that your Discord handle there? FCux, Lady Gamer 78? Or is that your channel name? I have a Discord, but I haven't set it up for streaming or anything, since I really haven't been able to find out why it doesn't like to cooperate with the flight sim here on my computer. That's a worthy screenshot there. Grab that one. Turn my head tracker off for now to save the battery while I'm not using it. Should be over Malaysia currently. Yes. Yep, we got a little bit here over Malaysia, and then we'll be over the Indian Ocean, crossing over. And then once we get into India, have a little bit of a trip, and then we'll get to Bengaluru. I'll hang out here in the cabin for a bit.
Descend to flight level 120, red cap 406.
Prosper 937, report ready for descent. Ready for descent, Prosper 937. Prosper 937, descend to flight level 120. Descend to flight level 120, Prosper 937.
I don't think I heard whether or not Vector was going to be at the expo. I don't know if they are or not. I know they were at the FS weekend over in Netherlands and had some updates about the 787 there, but that's another plane I'm looking forward to getting is the Vector 787. Whole bunch of real world flights that use that plane. Let's go with the no cabin view. There we go. Oh yeah, I got Thrustmaster announcing some new products tomorrow, I believe. two new products for sure from one of his partner streamers. That's what he's been telling us. So it'll be interesting to see what they have. I really do want to get their pendulum pedals to replace my current Cytec Pro rudder pedals that are very close to their last leg. They're probably hopping along on the last leg as it is. They are just expensive though. Something I gotta save up for. Jump back up here into the cockpit, put a GoPro camera up at the front glass here. Found some clouds, some high level clouds and some lower scattered clouds down there. Take the comms back over from beyond ATC now. Let my virtual first officer take a break. Yeah, I shouldn't have an ATC handover for a good little bit.
Emirates 315 Heavy, good day, flight level 320. Emirates 315 Heavy, Jakarta radar, identified. Crossbar 937.
I think Bluebird's supposed to be at the Expo 2 for the 757. A lot of people are excited about that one, but it's a nice plane, but not interest to me. I think it might be a while till the 767 isn't associated with the bread truck anymore.
Red Cap 406, cleared Aussie
Just thankfully nobody was hurt seriously. I think the truck driver received some minor injuries from the glass that shattered when the so evidently the couple videos I watched that went over the NTSB report, so they didn't actually hit the truck. They were very close, like within inches of the landing gear hitting the truck, but they clipped the light pole, which stood about 17 feet above the freeway there, or turnpike, whatever that's called there in that area in Newark. And that's what slammed down onto the windshield of the truck and shattered it and injured. But yeah, it was within inches is what they said of hitting the truck, which would have been disastrous. So very, very lucky on the pilot's part that did not end up worse than it was. And my understanding is the runway they were landing on is a short runway versus the other runways that are available. And I mean, hindsight's 2020, but one of the YouTubers that says he's an airline pilot or used to retired says he's flown in there, and those instances he would not have taken that run. They would have dealt with the mild crosswind that was present and landed on one of the longer runways. But he was trying to fly under the Pappies and land before the 1,000-foot markers there on the runway. So he ended up below glide slope and nearly caused a disaster.
Batik 7147, contact Lampo Control 132.6.
Contact Lampo Control 132.6, Batik 7147.
Just feel like here the last year and a half or so, the air traffic incidents have skyrocketed, especially here in the US. Let's see what kind of cinematic views we can get here. Oh, there we go. Got some nice mountainous terrain here for Malaysia. We're getting close to the northern end of it here. Cross out over to the Indian Ocean. Interesting to see what the next world update does. It's the national parks for the US and a lot of the mountain terrains. We'll see how that turns out, and hopefully it doesn't cause any performance hits or anything, because I enjoy flying over the Rockies and in those areas. Yes, it looks like some of those stutters I was seeing on the ground there in Singapore caused a few drop frames. Not a lot, just 0.03%, so minor. That is add-on scenery though, so. I forgot who makes it. I know it's on the Inibuilds store. I cannot remember who the developer is. I don't think it was Inibuilds. I gotta look it up now. I don't want to misspeak. Oh, there's the search button. My eyes were overlooking it. TaiModels, Singapore Chengji is what I used. And then I also had the landmarks pack from the Orbix store for Singapore, so I'm sure both of those together were causing a little bit of my stuttering. It wasn't horrible, nothing unbearable, just a couple little hiccups there and there. And then of course that stupid GPU video resources message that Asobo decided to have pop up with no way to turn off. Even though it's just an instant brief spike up to your max GPU VRAM or very close to it, and then it comes right back down. Oh, thank you for the follow, Superhero. Appreciate that. Let's see, our destination. Let me look up who that is. All right, I appreciate that greatly. You have a great day or evening wherever you may be. All right, I will do that. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. All right, and our destination of Kempegowda in Bengaluru, India is also made by TaiModels. So same developer for both our airport sceneries we're using here today.
Turn left, heading 185. Vectors for the approach.
Turn left, heading 185, wings ready 1244.
I did register on VATSIM the other night, but I haven't had a chance to go through the course stuff and then also the exam yet. I plan on doing that Saturday evening when I get home from work. I'll have more time then. I've got a late work shift tomorrow, and well, not super late, but somewhat late, and then an earlier shift on Saturday, which I'll get off earlier, get home in the evening, early evening. So I have time to go through the VATSIM course and get that done and taken care of. And slowly work my way onto that network instead of using beyond ATC so much. Holding steady at 40,000 feet, it looks like. Yep. Things looking good there. We're just getting close to the northwestern coast of Malaysia here. And then we'll cross out into the Indian Ocean. Should get an ATC handoff there, not too far off the coast. Or maybe right even at the coast, we'll see. Yeah, something about the cockpit in this aircraft just always draws me back to it. I love that, having the ability to put the map right there and have it within the field of view without having to move the camera or anything. And of course, I do enjoy the more modern glass cockpits too.
Contact Lumper Control 132.6. Center on 132.6, radius 688.
I guess once I get VATSIM going, I'll probably only use beyond ATC if I don't have any coverage for where I want to fly, but it will still have its uses for sure. Just have to find a nice, not so busy area to do my first flight with some coverage. May just have to, once I finally get on there, just go look around and see where the coverage is and pick some place that's not super busy that I can go do a flight through. And pray that I don't screw up somebody else's flight.
1244, expect radar vectors for ANAV approach runway 27.
Expect radar vectors for ANAV approach runway 27.
I don't care if I make a mistake and learn something from it, but I just don't want to mess up somebody else.
Descend to flight level 070.
Descend to flight level 070, wings Buddy 1244.
Prosper Alpha Uniform, contact Medan radar approach 135.9.
Contact Medan radar approach 135.9, Prosper Alpha Uniform.
It's nice to see my Twitch overlays are working now. I actually had to fix those. They weren't showing up before. Using stream elements, and after the first couple streams and not seeing it pop up a couple times, I did a little search and found out you have to make a separate alert box for the Twitch alerts. So once I got that set, now it looked like it worked there.
Winds are Betty 1244. Vectoring for RNAV approach, runway 27.
Vectoring for RNAV approach runway 27, wings are Betty 1244.
Let's see, let's go back here into the premium economy. So this is business class on these two sides. So here's our premium economy. Right at the leading edge of the wing.
Lion into 138, turn right, heading 045.
Turn right, heading 045, land Intel 138.
Lion into 138, clear direct connect. Resume low navigation.
Roger, heading direct connect, then resume O navigation, Lion Intel 138, thanks.
A little bit more room in here than the regular economy side.
Lion into 138, contact lumper control 132.6.
Contact lumber control 132.6, Lion Intel 138.
Winds are Betty 1244, descend to 6,000 feet.
Descend to 6,000 feet, wings are Betty 1244.
Winds are Betty 1244, 11 miles from MB701, turn right, heading 240, maintain 2,600 feet until established on the final approach course. Cleared RNAV approach runway 27.
Turn right, heading 240, 2,600 feet until
See what the other side looks like here.
runway 27, wings are Betty
Oh,
1244.
that would be the water. So then we should be getting close to the coastline here. Oh, yep. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like the coastline's right along here. Yeah, the first route SimBrief gave me was basically straight out Singapore and then out over the water the whole time until it got to India. That was an actual, yeah, that was a, I think that was a VAT, was that, it's either VAT, yeah, that was a VATSIM flight route. This was a SimBrief one that actually took down over Malaysia, more of a straight line after departure out. I figured that way get some some land views before we get out over the Indian Ocean. Speaking of which, there it goes. Let's see how the here we go. Back here to the peasant's cabin. It's alright, that's where I've flown pretty much every time. I got one upgrade to business class one time for giving up my seat on a flight. And then a very short flight. It was like I think it was only like an hour, hour and a half while we were overseas with my parents when I was younger, from Abha, Saudi Arabia to Jeddah on Saudi Airlines. They actually went ahead and paid first class for that flight every time we took it. I think they said it was like $20 extra at that time. That was back in the mid-90s. Probably significantly more expensive now. Although one of the flights leaving out of there to my back to my boarding school in Switzerland I went to for my last 2 years of high school, they had to pay, I think it was about, oh, I don't remember what it was. I think it was close to $100 in Saudi riyals, because my bag was pretty overweight with like food and stuff like that I was taking back to the dorm to have snacks and stuff inside the dorm. And then of course I had my computer, my laptop computer, and a couple other electronic devices. It was the only time that happened. I wasn't allowed to do that again. They checked my bag before we left for the airport. Those were L1011s at that time that did that flight. Oh, must have been the end of the playlist. Let's go find another one. Oh, no, it wasn't the end of the playlist. There we go. Tell you what, let's see if we can find something. No. Okay.
Jakarta radar, Widen Air 109, passing flight level 123, descending to 3000 feet.
Widen Air 109, Jakarta radar identified.
Okay. Couldn't find any Indonesian or Malaysian or music or anything like that in my playlist. I got some Indian music. Maybe I'll switch over to that once we get closer to India.
Widen Air 109, contact Medan radar.
135.9, White and Air 109.
Well, nothing to water out there to look at, so let's jump back out to the cinematic views and get some glimpsing views of the land back behind us there in some of the shots. I don't think we had any expected turbulence. Let's see here. Go down to the wind charts here in the sim brief. Now, if I'm reading this map right, we might come into turbulence. It says it's up to flight level 480. We'll see what happens. We're not far from it if it does. That stretches out almost halfway across the Indian Ocean for that area. Then there's a little bit of a gap, and then in other regions, and then a small gap. Or actually, then that last region ends a little ways off the coast of India, and then it's clear all the way there according to the chart here. Only flown into our destination one time before. Landing was fairly decent, I feel. I didn't have the landing analysis tool at that time, but felt okay to me. I am by no means a real pilot. Could never be one, as I'm a medical marijuana patient. Unfortunately, that is not allowed if you want to fly a plane. So I'll settle for my virtual cockpit here at home. think it was actually the first of the year when I got back into flight simming here. Had been doing mostly space simulators like Star Citizen, Elite Dangerous. Kind of waiting on Star Citizen to get in a little bit better of a state before I try to play it again, but if that ever happens. Did play some Elite Dangerous the other night. Took my little Kestrel Mark II out into Hazres. Almost bit off more than I could chew there. One of them, there was a group of 3 with the Fertile Ants and 2 Clippers. Took the Fertile Ants out no problem, and then, well, I don't want to say no problem. I've actually, he ended up, I think I had like about 20-ish, 30-ish, 30% shields left when I took him out, and then the, I boosted away from the other 2 to kind of recover some shields, came back in, got the second one, and then shields has gotten back down to about 20-ish%, but I knew I'd handle that last one, and because I could just maneuver around them with that little Kestrel so quick. And didn't have any problems, and then I guess he finally, the AI pilot there, NPC pilot, decided he just going to try to ram me and kill me and knock my shields off, but only knock my hull down to like 77%. I've got that thing engineered pretty well. It's can take a punch. So I decided to go ahead and go back to the station and repair that. And then I realized while I was there, I haven't pulled out the Highliner yet. So I took that out and got some engineering done on it. Get it ready to go out to Robigo at some point and do some passenger missions. See, even when I play space game, I wanna fly passengers. Actually used to have a passenger ship for Star Citizen too, but its gameplay and the ship itself are nowhere in sight in Star Citizen, so I ended up upgrading it to something in the combat role, which was at least usable at the time. But then decided to get back into the flight simming here. Hadn't done it since FSX days. Back, I think about around 2010 was the last time I even played FSX. And I think I'm up to 47 add-on scenery so far. I've got the Inibuilds A350. I have the Aerosoft CRJs, but the last time I tried to fly it, it was not behaving very well, so it's just sitting in the hangar at the moment. And then also have the PMD G777s, 300 ER, as well as the 200 LR. And those 2 I fly fairly frequently too. I enjoy them. Also have the Flight FX Citation 10. That is definitely my favorite GA aircraft to fly. And then the Piaggio P180. I think those are the only... Yeah, those are the only add-on aircraft I've bought. And then, like I said earlier, I'm waiting on the Synaptics A220. If I was at Expo, I'd probably literally throw my wallet at him and tell me, give me, give me, give me. And then the Vector 787 is the other one I'm waiting on.
Singapore 510 Heavy, contact channel control 118.9er.
Channel control on 118.9 or Singapore 510 Heavy. Have a good day. Channel control Singapore 510 Heavy, flight level 400.
Singapore 510 Heavy, channel control identified.
Looks like we got some French jazz here. Nice. Recognizing a couple words here and there from my high school days, but not many. Oh, get out a little more of my delicioso safety material here. I had to go pick this up today as well as stop at Lowe's because I'm a ding dong and bought the wrong kind of PVC pipe that I needed, so I had to go back today and exchange that out for the right thing. And then a nice about 35-40 minute drive, probably about 35-minute drive each way to go get the safety materials out at the dispensary there, closest one to me. Really wish somebody would build one right here where in the town I live in. They've got some nice new office buildings that are like little shopping plaza openings that they just built recently. I think there was 2 or 3 of them I saw that were available for lease. It'd be nice if dispensary could get one of those opened up. That way I wouldn't have to drive so far, especially with the gas prices. So where? Oh, excuse me. Just under 2 hours left. It's like 976 nautical miles. Let's see if the banner is correct. Let's jump here into the cockpit and take a look at the 997. Is that what that says? It's a little blurry. Yep, 996. So it's a little bit off. So our ETA time is 06:55. So that's actually 2 hours and 8 minutes, according to the flight management computer here. Our top of descent is at 0625. So we got an hour and 38 minutes till we get to that. So the banner's off a little bit, but still a good approximation. Let's see, how's it? It's got our ground speed correct, pretty much. Altitude's correct. And our heading is correct. Well, that's our actual heading, not our... Or no, actually that is our, yeah, our actual heading is 301. And then the wind's bringing us to an actual heading of about 295, it looks like. Following the flight plan. A little bit of a tailwind too, so giving us a slight boost to our airspeed. Let's check out the latest ATC from, or the ATIS update for our destination here. So we got winds of 270 at 8 knots, which is right along the runway. Still arriving 27 left. This is what we got programmed in. Scattered clouds at 1,500 feet. Scattered at 8,000. Temperature of 25 degrees. Let me go ahead and write the temperature in the QNH down now. I'll probably have to update it later, but that's okay. So we got 25 degrees Celsius and a QNH of 1015. Transition level of 7,000 feet. And currently information Delta. Okay. Got all that written down on my handy dandy dry erase board. As we get closer to our top of descent, we'll recheck that again and make sure nothing's changed. Alright, we should be with the same ATC until we get to the coast of India. From the looks of the map here, so... Alright, let's go back outside. I am going to step away and use the restroom real quick, but I will be back shortly. Okay, I have returned. Went ahead and took care of a few other things while I was out, up. Got some more water, realized I need to put my clothes in the dryer that I washed earlier this evening. And I grabbed a pack of crackers as a little snack. Munchies have kicked in a little bit now. Oh, we've come into some clouds now. Well, it's like we're just underneath a layer of clouds anyway. Let's jump back in the cockpit here real quick. All right. Moving along nicely. Looks like we're about a third of the way across the Indian Ocean here. Oh, ground speed dropped a little bit. We're down to 506 knots now. How's the music on level on your end? Is it okay? A little too loud? Last stream I had the volume level a little bit lower on the for the music, and when I watched it back, it seemed like I was a little too faint, so I wanted to try it a little louder, so I was curious. Let's see, still got 32,100 pounds of fuel, and we should still have 15,800 pounds left when we get to our destination. Provided I don't foobar the landing and have to go around. Although if the winds are nice and they stay right along the runway heading, we should be alright. See. Still 270 at 8 knots. So, oops, I never wrote that down last time when I looked at it last time. Alright, 270 at 8 knots. Still scattered at 1,500 and 8,000. 26 degrees now instead of 25. Still 1015 on the QNH. Transition level is still 070, and now we have information echo. Alright, so just a couple changes there. Nothing substantial. Temperature up 1 degree. Oh, excuse me. And information changed to echo. Okay. We'll go back out to some cinematic views again. Sorry about the signs, just munching on my crackers here. All right, there we go. Munchies are satisfied. I like this livery for the Singapore Airlines, the 10,000th Airbus emblem there on the back of it. That an A350 is such a good looking plane too. So sleek there. Now I think for Sunday I may actually take out the 777-300 and do some Korean Air ops between Narita, Tokyo, Japan, and Seoul, Korea, and Incheon International Airport. It's a flight they operate that aircraft on. Maybe I could do that as a round trip, just about I think it's a 2 hour and 25-minute flight, I believe, somewhere right in that range. Last time I took the 777 out, wasn't too happy with my flying of the departure, but the landing the touchdown was pretty good. The approach was decent. I didn't have too many problems with it. Also had my best landing in the 777 too. I always tend to set this plane down just a little firm. I think the best landing rate I've gotten with this one has been a negative, somewhere right around 150. Actually, let's see, I can look it up here. Yeah, so the last landing I had was with the A359 here, and it was a negative 303. Still a little firm, but nothing horrible. 1.25 on the G. And then the 777-300, I had a negative 160 on that one last time. And then the best landing I had with it, I may not have had this on for it, of course. Or, yeah, there it is. A negative 77. That was my best landing. 1.07 G. It was only 4 feet off the center line. So we'll see, maybe I can improve on and oh, that's right. Let's see. Negative 125 was my best in the A350 here. 1.07 G. So not bad. That was at oh, that was in Ethiopia, Addis Ababa. At the crap, I forgot the name of the airport there. HAAB is the ICAO code. Hotel Alpha Alpha Bravo. Made a few adjustments to my the curves on my joystick here. This is the first time flying with it, and I do enjoy it. When on that departure there before I turned the autopilot on, definitely felt like I could control the plane a lot smoother and easier. I don't have a actual flight sim real setup here, but still works. I've got a VKB Gladiator NXT Evo, and then the VKB S-Tech Space Throttle Max over here. So it's more of a Elite Dangerous Star Citizen setup, but it still works really well here in the flight sim. If you're still in the chat here, Lady Gamer, I got your Discord message there. Thank you. I do plan on setting up my Discord in the near future for streaming once I can figure out get it to perform better here with Flight Sim. For some reason, it just causes some stuttering in the sim and hinders the performance. Oh, looks like we left the clouds behind us. Oh, still got some off in the distance there. Hopefully we'll stick with the scatter clouds that we had for our arrival. Well, let's head back into the cockpit here, and looks like we are about halfway across the Indian Ocean here. I think we've got about, let's see here. So we got about an hour till our top of descent. And let's see, arrival is about an hour and a half. So not too much further to go. Alright, sorry about that. Just typing away on my phone there on a message. Uh-oh. I need to break out a little more safety material here. That's not gonna cut it. Oh, now my fingers don't want to get hold of it. There we go. Come here, my green friend. Hop on the plate. Thank you.
Express India 2611, cleared Airport 2 Foxtrot arrival, runway 25.
Cleared
Oh, whoops.
Foxtrot arrival, runway 25.
I forgot I still had my first officer handling the comm still. I'll turn when I stepped away earlier. Turn that back off, so I'll answer whenever we get a call again. Actually, you know, let's go over here to the EFB and let's go ahead and pull up the charts I believe we are going to have. Well, we know we're going to need the airport chart. That's not going to change regardless of what our approach and arrival are. Oh, might help if I click that. There we go. We'll pin that one. Take a quick peek. Oh, very simple taxi and parking. And right now we are landing on 27 left. So I'll be over here and we'll have a bit of a taxi to get over here to the terminals. Which we are going for gate 8 once we land. Which let's, where's the parking? Parking stands. Is that what we want? Yes, that is what we want. So we'll pin that one. And 8. So right here is where we will be parking. We are heavy, so we're essentially taking up 3 spots here. I'm not fat, I'm just a wide-body aircraft. Let's see here. Our rival is the Leica 7 Foxtrot. Let's see where that one is at. I don't see it. Oh. That would... Oh, that's 7 Echo. Ah, here we go. 7 Foxtrot. That's one. I am just blind. It blended in on me. So let's take a quick peek at that. So we will be coming in. Yeah, via Leica. I remember that on my sim brief flight plan. So it looks like we will come in this direction to Gerby and then up to BL 557. And then we've got, let's see, Segur. Looks like Gerby is our first restriction at flight level 090 and 210 knots. And that is below flight level 090. And then above 070 and 185 knots at Bravo Lima 558. And then it looks like we're probably going to get vectored in to the approach possibly, or we'll see what my flight plan here has here. 558 is the last one on my flight plan, so then it's probably going to be a left-hand turn there into the ILS approach. Which, let's pull up our ILS for 27 left. All right, we've got an initial approach, a final approach. We've got this one, so we'll take a look at all three. We'll start with the initial approach. Okay, yeah, we're coming in this way, so I believe B, though, will be our first. Nope. C127 is our first waypoint on the approach, which is not in this chart. So we'll get rid of that chart. So I don't see our actual yeah, so we got CI27 left and FI27 left, and then the actual runway. I don't see either of it. Oh, it's right there. There's FI27 left. Oops, I meant to do that. Sorry. Yeah, there's FI. Okay. Okay, so the ILS intercept is 5,000 feet. And our decision altitude is 3,064 feet. Okay. So let me take a look at this other one here again. Okay, that's right. And then that's the... Yeah, that's the missed approach out there. All right, so we'll keep both of those charts there. What's this one got for minimums? 3173. Actually, we'll go with this one because we're going to hand fly it as long as the weather permits. Oh, I need to plug my phone in. It needs some juice. go. Okay. Got everything pinned we need. All right, that was Singapore. We can get rid of that. We've got our airport information for Bengaluru. That's parking, our arrival, and we're actually going to go with this one. So I'm going to remove the Cat 2-3 because our weather is fine, so we don't need that. All we need is the standard. Ooh, I'm special. I got messages. There we go. Final load sheet. Yep. Okay. Let's go ahead and see. Okay. So we do have a little bit of elevation here at our landing runway. We have more than enough room. It's got a factored landing of just over 5,000 feet, which gives us a little over 8,100 feet as a stop margin. Excellent. Gives me plenty of runway for, well, hopefully not screwing it up, but just in case I do. Let's see. How much more do we have on our playlist here? Oh yeah, we still got lots of music left. Okay, perfect. Well, at least the clouds are giving us some something to look at, since the not much to look at down at ground level. Those nice high level clouds are keeping it interesting looking. Winds have eased off a little bit from what they were earlier, down to 31 knots from 046. And we're at a heading of 300. So not quite 180 degrees. So still mostly a tailwind, so giving us a nice little bit of a push there. I think it's kind of probably like a quartering tailwind or something like that. Love the little decals here, the nice attention to detail from the livery. Or if that's Inibuilds, one of the two. So let's see, would you say our banner was off by about 15-ish minutes or so?
Express India 2611, descend via star to 4,000 feet, QNH 1007.
Descend via start to 4,000 feet.
No, not quite that bad.
1007 Express India 2611.
So our 6:06:58. So an hour and 6 minutes. And it's saying 52 minutes. So it's off, well, yeah, it's off by 14 minutes currently. And actually the wind's just, it's almost directly across wind, but it's slightly behind us too. I just realized I never started the chrono for the flight time. I'm really good about that. At least I got the block time going. So we're at 3 hours since pushback. I think our sim brief flight time was 3 hours and 44 minutes. Oh, let's go hang out here in the one of the nice cozy business class lay flat cabins here. Got our nice screen there. The rest of the hoity-toity people cabin here. It's got a nice comfy seat, the footrest, and of course this thing reclines back pretty decently from what I understand. Oh yep, there's your controls right there. Looks like, yep, some little storage cubby maybe or something. Oh, there's our safety brochure. Oh, does the tray? Oh, nope, the tray didn't come out, unfortunately. Yeah, the L1011 I flew first class wasn't a cubby like this. It was essentially like recliner seats. It's just still side by side. I think there were so that was a wide body. I think it was 2, 2, and 2. I believe it's how it's set up, or it might have been 2, 3, 2, something like that. But they're essentially like a lazy boy recliner, except it was motorized. They were very comfortable. I know usually the trip home from school, which was in Switzerland, so I think typically it was flying Geneva to either Zurich or Frankfurt or Paris, and then Paris down to, or one of those three places down to Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. And then that's where we'd get on the L1011 for the shorter flight down to Abha, which was the southwestern corner of Saudi Arabia near the Yemen border. And surprisingly, the altitude there was, well, we were in Khamis Mouchet, which had a Saudi air base there, as well as an American and British contingent of air bases stationed there too. There was a separate American compound we lived in, as well as separate British compound and such for the different families to live in. Of course, we went off the compound a few times to go grocery shopping and go downtown to some of the different shops, and it's interesting. I'll say that, at least at that time. Again, this was in the like 93 to 95 time frame, so it has definitely been a long time ago. But one incident I do remember is basically being stopped at a light and essentially in Saudi, every time I saw a traffic light, there was typically, you know, 2 lanes to go straight, maybe a turn lane to the right and 1 to the left. Well, there would be about 6 or 7 cars across those 4 lanes, and they were all going different directions. Some were going straight, some were going left, some were going right. And yeah, that was a cluster, you know what. But yeah, the one time there was actually a little road rage incident beside us, and there was a revolver pistol pulled out by one of the Saudis. It was never fired, but it was pulled out and pointed. Luckily, it was away from us, but it was, you know, enough to where my 15, 16-year-old self was, okay, I'm gonna duck down here in the floorboard and pray to God nothing bad happens. And luckily, nothing did, and everybody drove off and hopefully went their separate ways. I know we did, that's for sure. But otherwise, I mean, it was definitely nice visiting the area. At that time, the Saudis were very friendly to us. I don't know if that's true to this day, probably not. See, we are not terribly far from our top of descent. Yep, 27 minutes to our top of descent here. 224 nautical miles. Yep, we have a ATIS update. Let's go take a look at that and see if anything has changed. Winds are the same. Clouds are the same, scattered at 1500 and 8000. Temperature's the same. QNH is the same. Still arriving runway 27 left. Transition level is still 070, and now we have information Foxtrot. Otherwise, everything else is the same. All right. Let's see. Okay, yep, here's the start of our top of descent, and there's our first constraint, the flight level 090 at Gerby and 210 knots. And then there's our second constraint there, which is on the last leg on the arrival, which is 185 knots and flight level 070. And then our ILS arrival has another constraint here at Charlie India 27 left, 6,480 feet. And then there is our ILS intercept there at 5,000 feet at Foxtrot India 27 left. And then runway altitude is, oh, we just got another ATIS update. Runway altitude is 3,020 feet, looks like. I believe that's what we saw on the ILS chart. Now we have information Gulf.
Express India 2611, contact Chennai approach 127.9er.
Contact and approach 127.9er, Express India 2611.
Oh, winds shifted slightly. They're at 290 now. Still at 8 knots. Clouds have not changed. We are at 27 degrees now. And QNH is still 1015. Same runway, nothing changed. Wind's just going to be slightly coming to our right hand side a little bit. So we may have to give her a little bit of right rudder to counteract that much. That it shouldn't be too much, not at 8 knots though. Alright, so we've got all that written down. Although the rate that's been changing, that may not be what it is when we contact approach. Okay, I'll go back to our performance page here. We're still looking good on fuel. No issues there. Go ahead and zoom in another notch here on the map. Perfect. So, 0628. I'm horrible at remembering that stuff. There we go. 22 minutes to our top of descent. Alright, I am going to step away one more time and go use the restroom again, and I will be back in just a couple minutes. Okay, I am back. Good thing we didn't get an ATC call because I forgot to hand the comms over to my first officer. Oops. Bad pilot.
Slow one today, yet not too much going on. We have some days old still coffee if you want some. I'm on a 7-hour shift, might take you up on that. Fly 16 Mike Yankee, contact Hyderabad Control 118.3, bye-bye.
Contact Hyderabad Control 118.3. I fly 16 Mike Yankee, good day.
All right, 15 minutes to a top of descent. Cruising along pretty steadily right around Mach 0.83. Fluctuating up and down a little bit right around there. Kind of a nice economical cruise speed for this aircraft. And considering we only took about, what do we have, 61,000 pounds of fuel? Pretty decent range for that. Of course, that's one thing this aircraft is known for, is being fuel efficient. Same thing with the A220 once I get my grubby little hands on that one. Definitely going to be having some fun with that one once I get it. Doing some nice round trip, shorter flights. Oh, it'll be really nice once we get the dual jetways. At least for the bigger aircraft here, the 777 and the A350 are supposed to be getting them sometime in the near future. I saw Inibuilds had announced it for the A350, and then GSX also announced it, that they're working on it too, and it should be. Actually showed a video. I don't know if that was actually it working in the sim, but we'll have to see, hopefully. I mean, we only get 5,000 GSX updates a week, so. Definitely be cool to see two jetways connected to this big bird, though. And the 777, when I fly that one too.
level 190 descending to 7,000 feet. Express India 2543, channel control identified.
I think that's going to be the plan Sunday, is we're going to bring the 777-300ER out. Will be Korean Airlines flying round trip between Tokyo, Narita, and Seoul, South Korea. So I have both of those airports from the Inibuilds store. Very good sceneries too. Like I said, just over a 2-hour flight. Be a good one. Probably get our descent instructions within the next few minutes. Actually, I already see we're probably about 91 miles from our 90 miles now from our top of descent. It's typically about 50 miles out. It's usually when Beyond ATC gives me my instructions. Sometimes it's further.
Descend via start to 4,000 feet, QNH 1007.
Descend via start to 4,000 feet, QNH 1007. I fly 5313.
Aren't too far from getting another ATC handoff here. Just should be that, and then approach, and then finally the tower, and then ground for our taxi.
Express India 2543, contact Bangalore approach 121.25. Contact Bangalore approach 121.25, Express India 2543.
They're going the same place we are. Let's bump this out to 80. Oh, there we go. There's our top of descent. Out there right before our LICAP waypoint. Is that what that is? Oh, I didn't put this back up. Yep, LICAP. LICAP, something along those lines. My good old American pronunciation. All right, we're already within range for it to input our ILS information. And as soon as I am sure that is where we're going, I will get our approach information entered, including our decision altitude. Oh, another great feature about this aircraft that I love is the HUD. Of course, I grew up playing things like the Jane's combat simulation games. So fighter aircraft has always been my first love. I do have DCS. I played that on occasion. It's very involved. But I've got what do I have? 2 paid aircraft in there, and then I also have the Granelli F-22 mod. But the F-16 and the F-18 are the 2 aircraft I have. I don't really fly the F-18. I couldn't get into it. I tried. I went through the tutorials and started learning it, and I had already done the F-16, and I'm one of those people that I've always loved the F-16 also since I was younger. Iron Eagle's always been my favorite air combat, Air Force, military movie like that. I much preferred it to Top Gun. I mean, as a kid growing up, who wouldn't want to think that maybe as a high school senior or just graduating or whatever, they could convince a pilot to let them fly an F-16. Never want the circumstances of having to go rescue my father, though, but all right, he should be giving us some instructions soon. We are getting close to 40 miles from our top of descent. Only 5 minutes away. Let's go ahead and zoom in again here. Oh, come on, recenter on the plane, please. Clear, Leka 7 Foxtrot arrival, runway 27 left, Singapore 510 heavy. Have a good, thank you. Oh my goodness, tongue-tied. Okay, so what we have programmed is perfect. I don't have to change a thing. So let's bring up our ILS chart and let's go over here to the EFB. There we go. All right, so our runway heading is 272 degrees. And we had our decision altitude of 3,173. I will most likely forget that before going over there to input that, so let me write it down. 3173. Okay, let's go back over here to the McDo. Go to our approach. Let's bring our ATIS up over here. So we currently have 290 at 8 knots. Temperature of 27 degrees Celsius. QNH is still 1015. And 3173. See, I had to look. I almost forgot already. 3173 on our Barrow. No radio. You only enter one or the other. And since we're gonna pretty much go visual once we get sight of the runway, we'll take control on short final and leave the auto throttle on, but hand fly the rest of it.
Singapore 510 Heavy, report ready for descent.
How far out are we? 20 miles. We can go ahead and start our descent now. Ready for descent, Singapore 510 Heavy. We can go ahead and start a slow descent now.
Singapore 510 Heavy, descend via start to 7,000 feet, QNH 1015.
Descend via star to 7,000 QNH 1015, Singapore 510 Heavy. Alright, so let's bug up 7,000 feet. There we go. Oh, too far. There we go. My thumb got button happy on my shortcut here on my throttle setup. Okay, we'll let it get just a little bit closer, and then we'll click our button here to start the descent. Yeah, that's good enough. Let's go ahead and engage our descent. And we'll drop down to about 1,000 feet per minute until we intercept our planned descent right there, which won't be very far. Let's see. Let's go ahead and bring up our approach chart here, because we should be coming in once we get to Lekep here. So that's going to be the start of our approach. And we already know our transition altitude is 7,000 feet. So we will keep standard pressure until we get down to that altitude.
Expect radar vectors for Arnavzu approach runway 29er.
QNH 1008, expect radar vectors for Arnavzu approach runway 29er. I fly 9 uniform.
Hopefully this weather isn't going to be a problem for us.
Flight level 085.
Descend via start to flight level 085. I fly 7342.
And just about intercepted our
Vectors for the approach.
Descend to flight level 070. I fly 9 uniform.
Alright, let's go overhead here real quick. Let's go ahead and turn on the seatbelt sign and the no smoking sign now for the cabin.
77 Chennai control identified.
That doesn't apply to the cockpit though. Alright,
I fly 9 uniform, vectoring for Arnavzu approach runway 29er.
let's go ahead and turn up the sim sounds a little bit here.
Fly 9 uniform.
I'm gonna drop the music down a little bit too. There we go. Excuse me. This music's giving me a little bit of that National Lampoon's European Vacation, where they're in Germany. Oh, it could be a little bit of a French thing there too. My co-pilot abandoned me. He's not in the cockpit. Oh, I've got him turned off. May not save a whole lot of resources, but it's a little bit. Every little bit helps. Although I don't think I've ever seen my CPU or GPU go above 75 to 80% ever. And those are usually just momentary spikes up. And that's with the streaming and everything, all this stuff running. It's one thing I'm kind of worried about with Stream Star Citizen is because every time I look at my little LCD screen I have in my cooler there that shows the CPU percentage uses and temperature and everything, Star Citizen, it's pretty much at 100% almost all the time. The GPU's at about 86 to 90% usually. All right, we are descending at 2,000 feet per minute now. Up 1900, bouncing back and forth. Nice descent path. I like this. My last few flights have been descending at like 3,000. 2,700, 3,000 feet per minute. It's like, holy moly. Start the descent out a little bit further. You don't need to nosedive the plane on the passengers. Oh. Looks like a little bit of rain on our approach, but the airport looks clear according to the radar there on the MFD. Just realized I did not. Oh, we got an ATIS update. Let's check that really quick. No change in the wind. Clouds are still the same. Temperature's the same. QNH is the same. All right, don't need to change anything. We are on Information Hotel now, though. So we need to make sure to remember to give that when we're handed over to approach. Okay, checklist. Oh, there is no descent checklist for this. Okay. We already have our minimums entered. Let's see, we can go ahead and arm the auto brake. Get that out of the way. It doesn't say rain, so our runway condition is dry. So we're good there. So the only thing we have left is once we get down to 7,000 feet and switch over to our QNH of 1015. So we'll leave that. We can come back to that. And those other items will still be checked off. Okay. Let's go ahead and drop mine down to 40, and we'll bring his down to 80. Keeping his on terrain though. All right, here we go. We are showing up on our approach chart. Or sorry, the star. So we'll come in here, make a right-hand turn at Gerby, and then make another right here at Bravo Lima 557, and then we come over here to Bravo Lima 558, and I believe that's where we turn in. Here, zoom out and double check. Yep. Yeah, we turn in, and that's okay. There's our Charlie India 27 left waypoint that I wasn't showing up on the approach or this chart. So perfect. That's actually kind of a waypoint to get lined up onto the ILS. Beautiful. And onto the runway heading, which was 273 degrees. I actually remember that. Okay, I'll put that back to 40. Looking good. Our airspeed is right on target for what we need right now. We are descending through 19,100 feet. Looks like we're going to go right through this rain cloud here. That's right. Our temperature's fine. We don't need to worry about anti-ice. Okay, looking good right on descent profile. So we don't have anything else to do at the moment till we get to 10,000 feet, and then we'll get the landing lights on. And then at 7,000 feet, we will switch over to our QNH of 1015. Let's keep an eye over here for another DATIS update and make sure our information doesn't change on us. Wonder we'll probably get turned over to approach control soon. Oh, let's see if I do have GFX, so we may, if we pass through a cloud, the wing and everything should disappear. Yeah, it looks like they're not dense enough to kind of see a little bit of haze over the blue on the wingtip up here. Occasionally, but no, we're coming through the bottom of them. Slight visibility of the ground ahead of us. Ah, there's the rain. Give the aircraft a wash before we land. There we go. Quick bath for the aircraft.
Please return to your seat, put your seat back upright and fasten your seat belt. Secure your tray table, handset and footrest. Make sure your window shades are drawn up. All portable electronic devices must now be put in flight safe mode. Large electronic devices such as laptops must now be stored.
Bengaluru approach on 121.25, Singapore 510 heavy.
Thank you.
Bangalore approach, Singapore 510 heavy, descending via the Leka 7 Foxtrot, arrival through flight level 105.
Singapore 510 heavy Bengaluru approach. Information in the current good day.
Oops. Yep, I forgot that.
014, expect the RNAV Yankee approach runway 27 left with the Bravo Lima 558 transition.
Copy information India, QNH 1014, expect the RNAV Yankee approach runway 27 left with the BL 558 transition, Singapore 510 heavy. I'm not changing the approach in the computer from ILS to RNAV Yankee because they're probably identical anyway. We already have BL 558 as a waypoint anyway, so we don't have to worry about that. QNH is 1014 now once we pass 7,000 feet. And we're actually about to go through 10,000 feet, so let's get the landing lights on. There we go. Go ahead and turn the strobes. Since we're in a little bit of yuck, we'll go ahead and put the logo and the wing lights on. And there we go. Perfect. Let's go ahead and decrease our range to 20 nautical miles. And let's put that side on 40 now. All right. And here is our right-hand turn at Gerby. Looks like we are below most of the clouds. They're still a little bit below us here. Remember our report, we had 8,000 scattered and 1,500 scattered. So we still got some here. Looks like we're about to Gonna go through a little bit more. Just some broken stuff though, nothing major.
iFlight 7342, contact Bengaluru Tower 121.775.
Contact tower 121.775.
Alright, we actually, let's go ahead and go flaps 1. Just realized we were below 220 knots there. Wasn't paying attention to the airspeed. Alright, we are at 8,600 feet. We already have our cabin ready message for landing. Oh, a little bit more rain to wash the plane off. Okay. Everything's still looking good. We're right on our descent profile, which is a very slow 400 feet per minute right now. That's okay. I like this approach. Slow and steady. And get close to our right-hand turn here. Right, right-hand turn. We've got our above 7,000 feet here at 558, which we can see here.
Clear direct BL 558, cross BL 558 at or above 7,000 feet. Cleared on Yankee approach runway 27 left.
Cleared direct BL 558, cross BL 558 at or above 7,000. Cleared RNAV Yankee approach runway 27 left, Singapore 510 heavy. Okay, let's go ahead and arm the landing system here. Good. Oh. All right, that's right. Clean this plane off. Ground crews worked hard enough. All right, we are approaching our left-hand turn. We are above our altitude constraint, which is perfect. Okay. We are going to set 5,000 feet now. And we are just about to cross. Boom. All right, there we go. And we can continue our descent now. And our next constraint is above 5,000 feet. And we need to actually switch over to our ILS chart now. So the first waypoint on the ILS chart is actually over here. Oh yeah. Okay, 1014, we are set. Oh, it's changed. And they didn't tell me. How dare them? Alright, we are turning in. Let's go ahead and go flaps 2. And let's get the ground spoilers armed. Auto brake is already engaged. Let's go back to our checklist. Approach. Our barrow is set. Come on. Click. Thank you. Now we'll go our landing checklist. So all we need is our gear down and flaps. Alright, let's go down to 10 nautical miles on our range here. Bring him down to 20. Let's go ahead and arm the approach. I believe that is the runway straight ahead of us there. I see it. Okay. Let's activate approach here. Okay, let's go flaps 3. And we are established on the localizer. Bengaluru approach. Singapore 510 Heavy is established on the localizer.
Cabin crew to your landing stations.
Singapore 510 Heavy, roger.
Ladies and gentlemen, please ensure that your seat belt is securely fastened for landing. Thank you.
Okay. Landing gear down. Flaps full.
シートベルトをもう一度お確かめください。
Okay, and I have the aircraft. We'll leave the auto throttles engaged. I'll hold her right on the ILS glide slope here.
2,500.
Checked.
Singapore 510 Heavy, contact Bangalore Tower 121.775, bye-bye.
Tower on 121.775, Singapore 510 Heavy. Have a good day. Bengaluru Tower, Singapore 510 Heavy, inbound, RNAV Yankee 27 left.
Singapore 510 Heavy, Bangalore Tower, wind 250 degrees, 8 knots, runway 27 left, clear to land.
Clear to land 27 left, Singapore 510 Heavy. Okay, a little bit low. Get the nose back up. Winds are pushing me. Oh yeah, 19, 17 knots right now. Hey, where's my 8 knot wind? Okay, there we go, starting to drop. Checked. Come on, baby. Hold on. Holy wind. Where'd that come from? 27? Hey, what's going on with the winds? You weren't supposed to be like that. That's alright. We got this. Oh, let's see. Let's get some left rudder in. Ooh, not that much. Easy. That's what I mean. I need some new rudder pedals. These things are not very good. There we go. Okay, I got it. Come on. We got this. Get us over there. There we go. Bring it out. Continue.
100, 90, 80, 70, 60, 50, 40, 30, 20, retard, 10, 5.
There we go. Spoilers out. Nose down. Go reversers out. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the applause, cabins. Alright, stow the reversers, manual braking. We'll retract the spoilers, and we'll bring the flaps up. Exit right, Hotel 9 or Singapore 510 heavy. Okay, slow us down here.
Singapore 510 heavy, contact ground 124.35.
Ground on 124.35, Singapore 510 heavy.
You are required to remain seated with
Okay,
your seatbelt
parking brake on.
until the seatbelt sign is switched off.
Let's turn on my... Oh, I forgot to turn the power on my head tracking. Alright, I'll get that in a second. Alright, landing lights off. Let's turn that down to taxi, wing lights, logo, strobes back to auto, if I can get it to recognize. There we go.
If you need assistance at the airport, please approach our ground staff after disembarkation.
Okay.
Singapore Airlines, a member of Star Alliance.
Welcome to Bengaluru, and I forgot to do my flight recorder for the landing again. I'm very good at that. Okay, let's get our taxi clearance to Gate 8. Bengaluru ground, Singapore 510 heavy at Hotel 9. Request taxi to Gate 8.
Singapore 510 heavy, welcome to come pick out the taxi to stand 8 via Hotel 6, Hotel Papa Bravo, Charlie, Lima 185 Lima 208.
Yep, told you we were going to have a long taxi. Taxi to stand 8 via Hotel 6, Hotel Papa Bravo, Charlie, Lima 1, Bravo 5, Lima 2, 08, Singapore 510 heavy.
Negative taxi via Hotel 6, Hotel Papa Bravo, Charlie, Lima 185 Lima 208.
Oh. Taxi to Gate 8 via Hotel 6, Hotel Papa Bravo, Charlie, Lima 1, 85, Lima 2, 08, Singapore 510 heavy. I messed up the 85, I said Bravo 5. Okay. First officer, take control of this.
Taxi to Standy via Hotel 6 Hotel Papa.
There we go.
Charlie, Limo 1, 85 Limo 2, 08, Singapore 510 heavy.
Okay, so we need to make a hard right-hand turn. By the way, I'm cheating and using the GPS feature on Beyond ATC. But essentially, let's pull this up here. We have to turn on to... We're on Hotel 6. Oh, I said Hotel 9. Oh, yeah, Hotel 6 is where we're at. So we're going to turn right on Hotel. Follow that down to Papa right here. And take Papa to Bravo here. And Bravo to Charlie. So right here. Charlie to Lima 1. Which I'm guessing is somewhere over here. Anyway, we'll just use the Beyond ATC GPS. It's easier. Taxiing is my the bane of my existence. Although this isn't even a very complicated airport, but let's go ahead and get the APU started here. Did I pull it? Yep, already pulled the flaps all the way up. Spoilers are up. So APU is getting up and running here. We don't need that. Oh, actually, I didn't finish my checklist, did I? Shame on me. That was complete, though. We got it all done. All right, there's our parking checklist once we get to the gate. All right, so parking brakes off. Let's give it a little thrust here, and we're going to make a hard right-hand turn. Oops. Okay. Oh, sorry about that. Got the power turned on to my track IR here and had to recalibrate it. Okay. Oh, she wants to pull to the left. Okay, there we go. Now it's straightened out. Getting a little too fast here. Let's apply some brakes. Slow us down. There we go. Oh, immediately jump back up to 24 knots. Let's see if it holds there. We're gonna have to. We're not too far from our left-hand turn anyway. We'll go past these two lefts right here in front of us. Oh, we missed a landing. Yep, go past these two here, and then we'll take the next left. Yeah, back up to 29 knots again. All right, brakes again. Let's go and bring it down to 20 this time. There we go. Okay, we're gonna take this first left here now. That's gonna bring us around the side of the terminals and back around to the front side. All right, so let's slow down to about 11 or 10 knots. Surprised I haven't gotten the hot brakes warning yet.
I flight 386, taxi to ramp 6 via Hotel 7, Hotel Papa Bravo, Charlie Lima 205 Lima 3.
Okay, continue straight ahead now.
Charlie Lima 205 Lima 3, I flight 386.
Actually, before, let me get that up. Because here lately, GSX have had a habit of deploying the jetway before I even stop the aircraft at the gate. And if I don't get to that toggle slide quick enough, it will, well, obviously deploy the slide on the door when it opens. Okay, so it basically stay straight ahead on this. Huh, there's the brakes hot. And I wasn't even touching them. I don't know, is this? I don't know if that's like a brake fan or whatever it was that got turned off, but okay. I'll follow this to the left. Okay. Go past this one and take the next left up here ahead. Okay, and I'll slow down here. Make sure we keep our wing clear of the little baby over there to our right. So we'll go ahead and stay just a little left of the line here. And then we're going to take a right-hand turn right here behind him. So we'll swing this out a little wide here. Slow down a touch. There we go, plenty of room.
All aircraft be advised information Juliet.
Oh yeah.
QNH1014.
All right. Beyond ATC is showing on this dotted line instead of the solid one, so we will do that. Slow it down a little. Because our gate is, I think it's just past this Indigo. Or he's actually at our gate. Yeah. Because here's 8. So I'm going to have to pull in and then use GSX to... let's see. Unless it has gotten smarter and will let me do it from here. Haha. It actually worked now. Beautiful. Okay, so let's give a little more thrust, get us moving again, and then we'll turn in here to parking 8. And I'm going to go ahead and disarm the slides now. Let's go taxi lights off. All the other lights are already off. That's good enough. So I'm probably not too far from getting on top of the tug. Alright, APU bleed coming on. Give that a 5 count. 3, 4, 5. Alright, and we will shut down engine 1 and shut down engine 2. See what I mean? They already attached and opened the door. I hadn't even shut down the engines yet.
Ladies and gentlemen, please know that all transit passengers must stand back with their hand luggage and go through
Okay, parking brake is set. Wing lights are off already. Fuel pumps. Coming off. There we go. Let's go ahead and turn the seatbelt sign off. And let's start our deboarding with GSX.
Deboarding requested.
It's been our pleasure serving you on this flight. Thank you for flying Singapore Airlines.
Okay, turn the head tracking off here. Alright. Parking checklist is complete. We won't worry about that last checklist. Ooh, go away. Okay.
Passengers deboarding starting.
There we go. Alright, engines are shut down. We'll go ahead and open up the cockpit here. And we'll bring myself back into the cockpit here. So, I hope you all enjoyed the flight. Let's see, actually, I almost forgot. Let's bring up the landing analysis and see how we did. So minus 240 feet a minute. It's pretty typical of what I do with this aircraft. 1.14 G up. It couldn't, for some reason, it didn't register the runway. So it didn't give us that. We weren't too far off the center line when we touched down, I don't believe. So not a bad. We had a little bit of a quartering headwind there on the landing. 15 knots, although we were getting that gust at 27 there on short final. So that was definitely interesting, getting the plane back on profile to the last minute there on the runway. But that is it for the landing here. I hope you enjoyed the flight. And I do plan on doing another stream on Sunday, definitely earlier in the day this time. I'm going to try to plan for around 2 to 3 p.m. Central Standard Time. I'm going to make some type of post there on Twitch, YouTube, as well as going to set up Discord. Or, well, set up my current Discord server for opening up to the public and get notifications set up in there also for that. I haven't figured out how to get the multi-stream stream elements to schedule a stream and actually link to it when you start the stream. That's the issue I had. I did schedule one before on YouTube and then selected it in the drop down menu for existing stream for YouTube, and it didn't use that as the source. One of my friends said he clicked the link and it didn't bring it to the video. So maybe I can get that figured out too. But in the meantime, as we're deboarding here, again, I hope you enjoyed the flight. If you did, please hit the like, subscribe if you're on the YouTube side, hit the follow if you're on the Twitch side, and I do appreciate you joining in, and I hope you enjoyed the flight. What did I say? Yeah, we're going to bring the 777 out Sunday, the 300ER, and do some Korean Air ops from Tokyo Narita over to Korea, Seoul, Korea, and back. So it should be some fun flight there. PMDG 777 is another good airplane I really enjoy flying. Oh, I just realized I need to stop the block time. A little bit late on that again. So let's see, 4 hours and 27 minutes there through part of the deboarding, which we've only deboarded 30 passengers so far. So let's we don't really have too much else to do here. Actually, we can turn the beacon light off because we have shut the engines down already. Logo light can go completely off. Strobe lights can go completely off now. We still need to leave the nav lights on for now. We'll keep the APU running. It's not super warm outside, but I don't feel like sweating here in the cockpit either. Ear itch. Let's see, anything else? Actually, yeah, the no mobile we can turn completely off. We'll go ahead and connect to the ground power on the right side there. Let's come over here. Our chocks are set, so let's turn off the parking brake to let the brakes cool down. And we'll go outside here and watch the ground crew deboard the plane. Let's come over to this side. There we go. And let's see, we'll have additional, let's
Lavatory service has been requested.
let's go ahead and get the plane cleaned out. Sorry, I was just looking at the audio over here in OBS. Okay. Wow. Plane's having a little bit of a fit over there. All right, 75% complete on the baggage, and still got quite a few passengers to get off the plane. 204 to go. Let me... Sorry, I'm going to disable the cam here for just a minute. Finish off the last little bit of my safety material I have here. Alright, baggage on the aft is complete. And our guys finished pumping out the lavatories. Get all the passengers' shit off the plane. Or out of the plane. There we go, away he goes. All right, and away goes the baggage. Hopefully not to disappear forever. Alright, forward cargo door is closing. Oh wow, look at that parking job I did. Ooh, right on the money. Let's see, did I get... Oh, look at that. Dead center too. $170 or 64 passengers left to deboard. We'll get our own deboarding music playing here. There we go. All right. Done with the safety briefings. Bring the camera back on now. So I hope if you enjoyed the flight, you will join me for the next one on Sunday. Again, I'm going to make a post about it. Plan to post it in Twitch, YouTube, as well as YouTube. I tried to get my Instagram linked, but I could not get it, so I'm gonna work on that too. And hopefully we can get that linked in, as well as another way to alert everybody. But in the meantime, I hope you enjoyed everything, and we will see you on the next flight. Thank you for joining, everybody. Have a great evening.